Right, so that's what we're using. But you're a millennial, so.
But I don't know what time that looks like.
You ready? Sure.
Call the order.
Yeah.
All of them.
Good morning. All right, we'll try this again. Good morning. Thank you to the 6 of you who wanted to participate in the audience participation part of the program. As you come in and take your seats, we'll have a few announcements, housekeeping items, and for some of you, maybe good news, depending on if you're winning sheet from last night's Salon news in a moment. A couple of things that I want to make sure we remember is throughout the day, if you haven't done so already, turn your devices to tingle in my pocket mode, silent mode, not ringing obnoxiously in the middle of the session mode, whatever yours happens to say. If you didn't already download the conference app, make sure you do that. That has full speaker bios and other useful tidbits of information. And the Twitter hashtag is #AAA14. So if you weren't tweeting like a demon yesterday, make sure you tweet away this morning. So lots of good things on the Twitter stream yesterday. So well, now that we're all seated and I've lulled you back into conferencing mode, I want to introduce Emily Meredith, who's put together a really great program today. I'm especially fond of the first speaker this morning. I think she really went to great lengths to get him on the program. But Emily is going to walk us through some of the things that happened last night at the reception to benefit our college program. So, Emily?
Thank you. He's so modest, isn't he?
And good
Okay.
looking.
Well, all right. So we have a lot of winners, so thank you to all of you who donated so generously. We have raised a lot of money this year for our College Aggies program, more than the past several years. So just with our silent auction items, we raised $2,975, so give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much for digging deep and being so generous. So I will read off who won what, and if you could please, at some point today during a break or what have you, visit the registration desk and see Morgan, and she will get you checked out and set up with shipping or hand you your item, whatever the case may be. So the USDA Prime Stakes, that went to Jessica Messinger from, we have the half-carat diamond earrings, those went to Dr. Dave. The Jim Nuttall conference graphic of your choosing, they are fabulous, went to Sherry Bear. The $25 Kava gift card, also to Sherry. The Wisconsin Winter Cow Parade cow went to Kristen House. The Dallas Cowboys autographed football to Betsy Flores. The Messenger Power Bag to Alice Harrington. The other set of ribeye steaks to my husband, even though I told him not to bid, but there you go. Handcrafted cow hand towels to Ann Nogan. The American Hereford Association jacket to Doug Smith. The infield box tickets at the Nationals game to Kay Whitefoot. The Butterball deep fryer to Gary Cooper. The Stetson Roper boots gift certificate to Ray Prock. Looks like you're getting a new pair of shoes, Ray. The certified Hereford beef grilling kit to Nora Venegas. The Pie Sisters pies to Gary Cooper. The Omaha Steaks gift set to Mary Kay Thatcher. The pearl and crystal bracelet to Jessica Messinger. The LL Bean fly fishing rod to Barbara Jackson. Case of bacon. That was a hot item, the case of bacon. Also to Barbara Jackson. The freshwater pearl and crystal jewelry set to Terry from Cooper Farms. The Founding Farmers gift card to Donna. Also to Donna, the Ringling Brothers gift basket. The Domino's gift card to Janice Pearson. The other Domino's gift card to Dr. Katie. We have the Mophie Juice Pack charging case to Chelsea Good. Also to Chelsea Good, the Feedstuffs subscription. To Barbara Heffernan, the bourbon and cigar box, and also the mini iPad. And last, but certainly not least, we have the 2-night stay at the Renaissance to Tom Albert. So if you are a winner, congratulations, and please visit the registration desk to get settled up, and we would greatly appreciate that because we will track you down. And now, without further ado, I would like to draw for our very special raffle prize that was generously donated by SeaWorld this year. That includes a family 4-pack to SeaWorld to swim with the dolphins, and a $1,000 gift card to Marriott Hotels, and a whole bunch of other assorted tickets to the theme park down there in Orlando, so this should be a really fun trip. So here we go. Okay, well, we have Barbara Jackson going to SeaWorld, so there we go. Thanks again.
And now to introduce our first speaker.
Sorry. And now our first speaker, Andy Vance.
I told Emily, so she brought up in the notes this morning, she said, okay, I need you to do the silent auction and the raffle and so on. And she said, well, do you want me to be better than having a speaker? And so It worked out pretty well. Well, we got to spend the last day together, so you already know me a little bit, but we wanted to spend a little bit of time this morning talking about a few things and maybe trying to tie some threads together that we've been weaving during what I think has really been an outstanding summit so far. Emily put together an outstanding program, and if you look at the progression that we've been on together, we've really moved through some critical topics. And I know in hallway chatter and conversation, a lot of those topics we could have probably even used more time. And maybe more time just having that Q&A. And so it highlighted for me how much on the plate that we've got to work through together as an industry and as a community. So a little bit about myself. Like John Cougar Mellencamp, I was born in a small town, though not in the same small town. In fact, in a town in southern Ohio, I am an SOB. If you're not familiar with the terminology, that southern Ohio boy. And the part of the world where I hail, I-70 is kind of like the Mason-Dixon line. I'm a good kid. I'm from below the line. Above the line, there's bad things like Youngstown, and farther on up in that state, we don't name Detroit and so on. But south of I-70, you're good, and that's where I come from. In fact, I come from the only town east of the Mississippi River that has two stockyards within the city limits, which I always thought was kind of a cool claim to fame. Chelsea, if that's not accurate, don't tell anyone, because it'll really muck up my slides. And I don't know how I'll introduce myself in the future. And as most of you know, I am a journalist by trade, a farm radio guy by background, and write for Feedstuffs, the weekly newspaper for agribusiness. Quick show of hands, how many subscribers, readers, Twitter followers in the audience? I thought there was probably pretty good connectivity between our shop and this audience. My farm where I grew up, small farm, southern Ohio, beautiful cow that back in the day, that is a shorthorn if the color correction doesn't suit you. And that was my hobby, I suppose, more than anything. I was one of those hobby farmers, 15 to 20 cows on our operation, and man, I'd have a lot more of them if I could. But today, I'm a suburbanite, live in suburban Columbus, and this is the center of my universe today. Ain't she cute? Feel free to give me an aw, warm and fuzzy. Think about how pretty my wife must be, because my kid is adorable, and oh, thank God she looks like her mother, right? So, I want to talk a little bit about the media. Impressions of the media. All right, so the four of you raised your hands, either work in public relations or you're in the media, right? Yeah, so everyone else didn't necessarily jump up and down with joy. I want to maybe give us some perspective on the media, and especially in my generation, so to speak. Most of us like to think we're Bob Woodward. We think maybe we're Uncle Walter reborn. You, on the other hand, may think we're more like this guy. I used to do this slide with Les Nessman, my favorite radio reporter from WKRP in Cincinnati, and I had to update my slides because I went to give this presentation at a vet school, and I clicked through the slide. Most of them recognized Walter Cronkite, and then when I flipped to this slide, and it was Les Nessman, blank stares. I realized I was talking to a generation of millennials who hadn't seen WKRP even in reruns or syndication, so I had to update the slide to Ron Burgundy. At the end of the day, most of us, however, are just working stiffs. We're like you. We have a job to do, and that job is telling a story. It is reporting the facts. It is meeting deadlines. It's filling column inches. It's getting stories up on a website. We're just trying to do a job and do the best we can at it. Same as you. The hidden agendas, the cynicism, the negativity that you think pervades the media, in some cases that's well placed. But the average reporter out on the street really is just trying to do a job to the best of their ability. How does this connect with the stories we've been telling over the last 24 hours, the conversations that we've been having? Well, for some thoughts on that, I want to turn to the internet. And so, Lauren, if we can cue up the first video. The first video we're going to look at, I think, really encapsulates, in a somewhat humorous fashion, some of the trends, the buzzwords that we're hearing in. Lauren, take it away.
Come on. It's more for me than you.
God, you have beautiful eyes.
Everyone tells me that.
I'm the only one that still do that.
No, I don't mean like in a flirty way. People ask when I was a kid, like, you've got great eyes. It's like, I'm just a guy.
You're my guy.
I am your guy.
Hey guys. Hello.
Hi, hello.
It's Dana. I'll be taking care of you today.
If you have any questions about the menu, please let me know.
I guess I do have a question about the chicken. If you could just tell us a little bit more about it.
The chicken is a heritage breed, woodland raised chicken that's been fed a diet of sheep's milk, soy, and hazelnuts.
Okay, this is local?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to say this one more time. It's local.
It is.
Is that USDA organic or Oregon organic or Portland organic?
It's just all across the board organic.
Hazelnuts, which are local.
How big is the area where the chicken's raised and milk free?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I had exactly the same question.
4 acres. We'll give you just a second. I'll be right back.
We're doing it right.
I'm too hard.
What?
I drove way too slow today. I am so weird with that gas pedal. It just moves the whole vehicle forward.
Right, so here is the chicken we'll be enjoying tonight.
You have this information. This is fantastic.
Absolutely. His name was Colin. Where his papers, okay?
He looks like a happy little guy runs around. My friends, chickens, his friend, putting his little wing around another one and kind of like howling around.
I don't know that I can speak to that level of intimate knowledge about him. They do a lot to make sure that their chickens are very healthy.
When you say they, I mean, who are these people raising Colin?
It's a farm that's located about 30 miles south of Portland.
You have a good relationship with this farm.
We do.
I saw some guy on a yacht. He lives in Miami.
Oh, just
saying that it's organic.
It tears at the core of my being the idea of someone cashing in on a trend like organic.
No, I never typed that.
Tell you what, you can check it out if you don't mind. Just if you can hold our seats.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure.
You know, thank you so much, Dan.
So, does this sound at all familiar to any conversations you've had in media or out there on the internet? Does this sound like any people that you might know personally? Or, yeah, definitely maybe a little too close for comfort in some cases, because while it's obviously a parody or satire, sometimes that's the best form of social commentary, right? But Lauren, let's see the second video if we can. This will maybe set up the challenges that we have in talking about technology, science, words that people don't use on a daily basis. Some insight from the man on the street.
People are very interested in food nowadays. People who don't even cook watch cooking shows, and everyone has an opinion on what you should and shouldn't be putting into your body. Lately, I don't know if it's just here in LA, but people are very anti-gluten, which bothers me because I'm very pro-pizza, and you can't be pro-pizza and anti-gluten. So now some people can't eat gluten for medical reasons, which that I get. It annoys me, but I get it. But a lot of people here don't eat gluten because someone in their yoga class told them not to. I keep asking people about this, and I started to wonder how many of these people even know what gluten is. So we decided to find out. Gluten, in case you didn't know, and I didn't know this, is a mixture of 2 proteins found in wheat and some other natural grains. But here in LA, it's comparable to Satanism. So we sent a camera crew out to a popular exercise spot right up the street from us to ask people who are gluten-free a simple question: what is gluten? What is this thing you will not eat? So we're going to meet a person that doesn't eat gluten, and together we're going to guess if they know what gluten is. Are you ready? Yeah. What else?
Do you maintain a gluten-free diet?
I do indeed.
And what is gluten?
Okay, does he know what gluten is? Everyone says no.
Well, as far as for me, how it affects my body,
But what is gluten?
this is pretty sad because I don't know.
But I hate it. I don't know. Next.
Do you maintain a gluten-free diet? What is gluten?
All right, does this shirtless gentleman? Yes, okay.
Gluten's in bread. It's a flour derivative of wheat. Like that.
It's a flour.
It's like bread. It's like that pastries.
It's in those things.
Yeah, it's in those things.
But what is it exactly?
Gluten is it's like a grain, right?
I like when he coughed. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I have some in my throat.
Do you maintain a gluten-free diet?
Yeah, I try to the best of my ability.
What is gluten?
Does she know what gluten is? Oh.
It's the wheat in products such as like bread or pastas, rice.
Why do you avoid it?
It makes you fat. I mean, like I said, I haven't researched it to the fullest. I have a girlfriend from Russia. She actually just got me into it. So she's written a book about it.
Oh, okay. Russians know about gluten and Putin. They know about both. All right, we have one more.
Do you maintain a gluten-free diet?
I do. I actually don't eat rye, wheat, oat, bran, dairy, nuts, or eggs.
Wow. What is gluten?
Does he know this? Does Jewish John Hamm know what gluten is?
It is part, I believe, of the wheat that I really don't know. So is that?
My kids up. Maybe gluten doesn't exist.
Yeah, so I saw a political cartoon one time, and I don't recall which publication. The one bubble in the cartoon, the guy says, "Oh man, this gluten," and he's kind of grumbling about it. And the other fellow says, "What is gluten?" And the first guy says, "I don't know, but I'm against it." You know, and so we could insert any number of topics. We could be talking about GMOs. We could be talking about any of the production technologies we use in animal agriculture. Here's the issue, though. These are headlines I pulled from the pages of Feedstuffs that you've probably seen. 8% of folks think agriculture is transparent. Now, we could discuss what does it mean to be transparent. Emily challenged us yesterday, and I really liked what she said. It's not about being transparent, but it's about being honest. And I think that really resonated when you heard what the Millennials had to say during the two panels yesterday morning. There was another one. Producers need trust, not stunts. This is another really good one. We're very good at this industry, of thinking, you know, if we do the right amount of PR, or if we use social media, or if we come up with some new trick, gimmick campaign, it might help. But really, what folks want at the end of the day is to just be able to look you in the eye and trust you. We heard a lot of that yesterday from the Millennials in talking about relationships and how you get through to those folks. Social license and trust are words that you are seeing more and more, and so, of course, you're now also seeing corporate responsibility reports, not just sustainability, but social responsibility coming out when companies do their quarterly results calls. And 4 in 10 have lost trust in the food system. So think about that. Of your friends and neighbors, for every 10 of them, there are 4 who don't trust what you do for a living. How does that make you feel? It's a big question that I think we have. How do we maintain that trust? How do we rebuild that trust in some cases? Why did we lose that trust in the first place? I think part of our issue, and you and I can probably agree on this, is that perception is reality in many cases. As you look at these images on the screen, the one is maybe the perception the consumer has, followed by the one that maybe is more the reality. And it's not about big or small. It isn't about organic or local or all natural, because there will be another buzzword tomorrow, won't there? I mean, there will be another fad or another trend or another hot topic. But at the end of the day, what we do and what consumers think we do may not necessarily be in alignment. Ray talked about that yesterday during the one panel when he mentioned the dairy folks trying to take the red barn out of the equation. I recall vividly, as a farm broadcaster in Ohio, hosting a charity tractor cruise. Some of you have taken part in these yourselves or seen them, especially if you're in a rural part of the country. Old guys with antique tractors like to get out and drive them around and show them off. That's cool. So we did that to raise money for a local charity helping kids with cancer. And one of my sponsors, very forward-thinking some years ago, he said, "Is this really the image we want to portray to the consuming public? A bunch of old guys in bib overalls driving around antique tractors." When that really isn't representative of our industry today. And we went ahead and had the tractor drive anyway, but it got me thinking about the issues that we face in terms of perception and reality. We're going to buzz through a few of these real quickly because I want to keep us fairly close to on schedule today, and we're a few minutes behind already, unfortunately. Who cares about social media? You should if you don't already. If Facebook were a country, it would be the number 3 country in the world. The only reason it's not bigger is because China doesn't allow most people to be on Facebook, right? The great firewall of China, as they call it. The time, and I want you to look in the left-hand column, the users, and this data is now a couple years old, 55 minutes a day. How often are you on Facebook or Twitter? Those of you who are on either of those times, think about it. In many cases, it's just on, ever present on your screen, right? It's a tab in your browser that's always on. Or maybe you have push notifications set up on your phone or your iPad. Agent K in the movie Men in Black, classic film if you haven't seen it, starring one of my favorite actors, Tommy Lee Jones, had this quote that I think is really important for us to remember. A person is smart, and sometimes we forget that. We think all people are dumb. But people, in other words, the herd, are dumb, dangerous, panicky animals. And this is where we get ourselves in trouble. We think that the person is dumb, and we forget about the power of the herd mentality. Now, those of us who've ever tried to move cows from one pasture to the other know that one cow can really muck up the whole works, right? Sometimes you got to send that cow to town, right? Because she's a pain to move. This is true about people as well. So we have to watch, because words in this context really matter. And I'm going to use an example. It'll probably offend some of you in the audience, and I don't care. National Journal was doing a story on G-stalls, one of the more contentious issues in recent memory, right? Very contentious issue, even within the agricultural family, because we all couldn't agree on how to deal with itself, but how we should deal with the issue in the macro sense. It wasn't whether or not we should do G-stalls or not do G-stalls, whether or not we should move to one form of housing or the other, but just how we all should talk to the public about it. We didn't do a very good job on this one. So, fellow communications professionals gave this gem of a quote to a reporter in an unguarded moment, and the hell of it is, I had heard 3 or 4 other of my friends involved in the pork industry say something similar over the preceding 10 years. You and I have all had thoughts like this when somebody asks a stupid question, right? You ever had that? A reporter asks a question, you think, my God, this must be the dumbest damn reporter I've ever come across. At this moment, those fellow reporters who we think are the dumbest reporters we've ever come across. But you can't say things like this really to anyone, let alone a member of the press. Because here's what happened. Our friends at the Humane Society, I know you're all card-carrying members, right? Your ACLU and your HSUS memberships right in your hip pockets. And within a matter of hours, 21,000 people had shared this little graphic, more than 14,000 people had liked it, and more than 3,000 had commented on it. Those of you who maintain Facebook pages, when was the last time you got anywhere near this kind of social involvement? When was the last time you had 30 comments on one of your posts? Never, right? I don't mean to be incisive. I just mean to say words have consequences. If you remember, I tell you today, remember these 3 words. We have to think about the words we use because they matter, especially to the millennials who are very good about calling BS and who have the power to research your claims. They don't just blithely buy into PR and advertising these days. The pork industry isn't the only ones that screw this up from time to time. We have some issues in the dairy biz, and I think one of the issues I'm most concerned about right now as a practitioner in this industry is older dairy cows. How do we manage dairy calls? I had some very upset people on our Facebook page earlier this week because one of our columnists, Dr. Richard Raymond, who is a former USDA Undersecretary for Food Safety, wrote a piece about the issue of older dairy cows going into the meat system. Some of the challenges we have. This was an example of something that happened on a dairy farm up in Wisconsin. An employee was attempting to use a hip lift to move a non-ambulatory cow. And for those of you who have ever tried to do that, you can admit this is not the way you're supposed to do it, right? This is not the approved use of that piece of machinery. We can all agree. No place for this in our industry, right? Is there anyone here who would say this is okay in our industry? No. And yet, on the vehicle of wisdom and intelligence that is Facebook, I had a dairy person whom I've obscured their name to protect the moronic, argue with me that we should not attempt to YouTube-proof our farming operations. I'm a big proponent of YouTube-proofing what we do in agriculture. It's not about hiding what we do. It's about being honest about what we do. It's about explaining why we do it. Ensure that our employees are trained in a way that these kind of things we showed on that last picture don't ever happen. This last line is the one that really grinds my grits. Anything could be taken out of context. AI could be presented as sexual abuse. It's all about how the presenter wants the viewer to interpret it. And this person was attempting to use that very cynical view of reality to say we shouldn't make the effort. And if that isn't the most incorrect way to look at the problem, I don't know if I could provide you a worse example of the problematic thinking in our industry. Who's the authority on food issues? Opinions about this. These are just some of the things that we're seeing out there from Chipotle. The images are frustrating. I love that one especially. So how do we fight the Chipotles of the world? I want you to think about two stories. I want you to think about the classic poem, The Charge of the Light Brigade. Anybody read this poem? Some of your students of literature. The story of the Light Brigade, of course, it's rooted in reality. You had a small brigade of light cavalry taking on a very heavily fortified position, and they dashed themselves against the cannon. It's kind of like the movie 300, if you've seen the movie 300. The story is the same. Small group of determined fighters taking on insurmountable odds, and of course they are all summarily slaughtered. But they charged into the fight with great gusto for king and country. That's kind of like what we do in this industry. When somebody takes us on in social media, someone takes us on in the Twitter sphere, someone challenges us in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, we want to dive in headlong and batter our heads against the rocks of insurmountable forces. I would suggest that maybe we need to think about a story I read to my daughter from time to time, my 14-month-old baby girl, because this was a story that I loved as a kid, Ferdinand the Bull. Anyone here read Ferdinand the Bull to your kids? Think about this story for a moment. If you know the story, it goes something like this. Ferdinand the Bull was a happy bull in the fields of Spain. He loved to sit under his cork tree and smell the flowers. Bulls do, right? The other bulls in the field, of course, liked to buck and prance and romp and play, but not Ferdinand. The other bulls wanted so badly to be chosen by the men in the big hats to go to the bullfights in Barcelona, but not Ferdinand. He wanted to sit under his cork tree and smell the flowers. Well, the day came and the men in the big hats were picking bulls, and the young bulls were bucking and fighting and prancing and stomping, and Ferdinand said, I'll just go over here and chillax for a little bit under my cork tree and smell the flowers. But when he sat down, what was on his flower that he happened to light upon? But a bee that stung him through the hide that would eventually become an NFL football, right? So the bee stung him, and if you've ever been stung by a bull, what happened to Ferdinand? It's stung by a bee, you jump up and you make a great and furious noise, and pranced about and bucked, and the men with the big hats said, that must be the fiercest bull of all. And Ferdinand is off to the bullfights. Ferdinand, of course, enters the arena with the matadors and the picadores, and they're ready to take him on, and he smells the flowers all the pretty girls have in their hair, and he sits down in the middle of the ring to smell the flowers. Now, you and I both know what really happened, and I thought about this the other day when I'm reading the story to my daughter. Ferdinand in the story ends up going back to the farm and living out a happy life, smelling the flowers under his cork tree. And I thought to myself, yes, that's exactly what would have happened to Ferdinand if he sat down in the middle of the bull ring in Pamplona or Barcelona, right? The lesson of Ferdinand the Bull is sometimes we need to go against our better instincts and let it slide. Instead of charging in like the Light Brigade and dooming ourselves to slaughter by fighting, maybe we need to step back, smell the roses, and think of a better way to tackle this problem. Fighting doesn't always behoove us, because maybe we're not as good at it as the other side. I want you to think about that. The best story I can tell you as we close our time together and get ready for our next speaker is about my friend, the closet vegetarian. Maybe you have a friend like this. It's not that she's against meat per se, she's just a little squishy on how meat gets from my farm to her refrigerator. You know folks like this? It's not that she has some deep philosophical problem with consuming proteins. It's, in fact, quite the opposite. She's a gym rat. She knows protein is king, and now she is trying to get all of the high-quality protein she can to advance her fitness goals. But her issues are just kind of nebulous. She just knows there's something out there. So my friend, the closet vegetarian, whom I've known for 30-plus years, who's been to my farm any number of times, calls me up one day. And she says, and I can't believe that did you watch Oprah today? Now, especially for those of you who know me, you can guess my responses. No, honey, I did not watch Oprah today, nor yesterday, nor well, ever. She says, well, that's okay. I taped it for you. Now, the rest of the story, of course, is that my sister-in-law, a city girl who married my brother, the redneck farmer mechanic, called me up the same day and said, Andy, did you watch Oprah today? And I thought to myself, what do these women think I do all day? So my friend, the closet vegetarian, had DVR'd an episode that Oprah ran called Where Meat Comes From. Many of you remember this episode, I'm certain. The premise of the story was that Oprah sent reporter Lisa Lang to Fort Morgan, Colorado to tour a feedlot and then follow the steers that went from that feedlot to Colorado. And a great plant, Temple Grandin design facility. The steers get off the trailer, they're in the loafing pen, they go through up to the stage of the knock box. We watch the steer then being hung on the rail, carcass is peeled and broken down, all the way through to the money shot of this whole thing. Nicole Johnson Hoffman, who was the plant manager at the time and now is a senior leader at Cargill, standing with Lisa Ling in front of a tub of ground beef. We've just watched the grinder do its thing, and Nicole says, and this is the hamburger my kids will eat for dinner tonight. And friends, I fell in love. Nicole was a PR rock star of astronomical proportions that day because she connected with the 20 million moms watching Oprah in a very real way. And those moms said, you know what? It's okay for me to feed my kids hamburger that was produced by Cargill because that nice young lady will feed that hamburger to her kids. Completely honest, completely transparent. And my friend, the closet vegetarian, who'd been squishy on meat issues for the 30 years I'd known her, is eating this out of the palm of Oprah's hand. She's excited. She's talking to me about this Temple Grandin design facility. She doesn't know who Temple Grandin is. She's talking to me about how they're keeping these cattle from vocalizing because of the low stress handling systems. I'm like, do you even understand what you're saying? But she understood that it was better than whatever she thought was happening in that dark building. The truth of the matter is that Cargill wasn't the first plant that Oprah's people called. It was about the 15th or 20th plant that Oprah's people called. And everyone else said no. Probably most of them said hell no. Probably most of them said, forget you have my number. Cargill President John Keating actually said last year, speaking of the National Chicken Council, that when his people pitched him on this story, he said much the same thing. And they pushed. The PR people in Cargill said, if we don't do this, no one else will. And they did it. And I personally feel, and this is a beef producer speaking here, it was the best documentary of how beef is processed and produced that I have ever seen. We couldn't buy this kind of PR. It was gold, but it was all because Cargill took a risk and they put a PR rock star who was very relatable, very credible, on screen, nothing to hide. It was an amazing episode, and it worked for at least two city girls that I know personally, my friend the closet vegetarian and my sister-in-law, and then felt a lot more comfortable about where their food came from. We could talk a lot about the things that people, what we actually said, but we're over on time, so we'll skip them. And I'll just say that this, we need to shift our paradigm in this industry. We need to move from a production-centered paradigm to a food-centered paradigm. We, as practitioners, agricultural professionals, need to think in the terms of the consumer. You got to speak to the dog in the language of the dog. You've got to think about what they ultimately want, and what they want is a tasty eating experience at a reasonable price point that they can feel good about consuming. If we can check those three things off the list, we're golden. We've got to work toward that movable middle we talked about yesterday. Stop fighting the fringes who have nothing but their own best interest in mind. And if we can adopt a food-centered paradigm, if we can YouTube-proof our farms, our processing operations, if we can move from mere transparency to honesty, I think we have a very strong story to tell. If we can get out of our own way, stop beating our heads against the shoals of science, and start embracing the emotional aspects of what we do on farms and in processing facilities across the country every day, we have a right to win, and we will. A lot of ways you can do it. Update your attitude. More importantly than anything else, talk to your non-farm friends. Understand where they're coming from. You have credibility within your circle of influence. Understand their issues, their questions, their concerns. Listen to learn, not to respond, as someone said yesterday. and help build that bridge one person at a time. Open discussion without being combative, without fighting. It's a big task. We're going to have more of them in the future, and so I'll close with the immortal quote from the classic film Airplane, one of my favorites. Good luck, we're all counting. I'll be happy to take some questions briefly before. Right there in the middle.
Alan, thanks. And there was this isn't something, this could be happening in a conference room all across the country. Harvard had a poll that was released 2 weeks ago from their Public Integrity Institute. Millennials polled, who do you trust to make the right decision? The president, 32%, the Congress, 14%, Wall Street, 12%, media, 11%, federal government in general, 20%. Even the United States military was 44%. So a majority of the country do not trust our heroes in the United States military to make the right decision. So this problem you're talking about is critical on the one hand. On the other hand, we're not isolated in those who face the challenge.
Yeah, totally agree. And Roger Cady from Elanco and I were talking yesterday, and Roger made, I think, a very insightful observation. He said, you know, this generation isn't all that different from the generation, his generation, that grew up and with Vietnam as the backdrop of their high school or college years. You think about the societal issues that they were facing. There were big issues, right? The Vietnam War, the Civil Rights Movement, all kinds of really hairy topics to deal with. And what did that group do? They organized, they gathered, they marched, they protested, they questioned authority, didn't trust anyone or anything. Damn the man, right? It's kind of what we're talking about here. I don't think this millennial generation is really all that different than the generation of many. The difference is that those of you in the room have had the benefit of years, maturity, wisdom. I think, was it Churchill that said, if you're not liberal in your 20s, you're heartless, and if you're not a conservative in your 40s, you're brainless, or some, I paraphrased heavily, but probably pretty true, you know? So.
Yeah, Andy, appreciate your comments about light smelling the roses. How do we make sure we don't go too far to sitting under the tree and kind of ignoring the problem? I mean, you see that as the risk where we just step back and hold off and then we don't do anything.
I think the biggest challenge I see for us is knowing when's the time to fight and when's the time to smell the roses. That is a challenge. And it's going to be different in every situation, right? There are times when you have to step up. I think we could look back and say when we were talking about LFTB, maybe as an industry we waited too long to get in and kick some heads in, much to the detriment of several players in the industry, individual people who lost their jobs, right? On some of the other issues, maybe we should have sit down and shut up and let it run its course. I think there are pieces in place. Some of the groups that are in this room represented, you have very sophisticated systems from a media tracking standpoint that tell you when it's time to flee and when it's time to fight. That's probably helpful. The trick, I think, is to not let the system dictate that as dogma. So having some common sense that when you're talking to your non-farm friends. Somebody asked me one time a similar version of this question. I said, how did you get out of the bubble and get kind of into this more consumer frame mindset? And I said, I married a non-farm girl. The stunning Mrs. Vance is very good at helping me see what matters and what doesn't. And okay, maybe all of us didn't marry a non-farm girl or guy, or maybe you did. But use someone like that in your life to be a barometer. My friend, the closet vegetarian, is a good personal barometer for me. If she's up in arms about something, I pay attention. If we're talking about it and she isn't, then I think, okay, this is an issue that really isn't going to go anywhere. One more, and then we're going to introduce Rudy. Emily told me I had 20 minutes. I think I took 30, and now I've derailed the whole morning. So as a moderator, I'm going to have to get this thing back on track. Yes?
You know, a lot of issues that we face are really complex, and you can't really talk about it in under 140 characters. And so I'm just curious about your thoughts and how we do that, because a lot of times the soundbite wins.
Yeah, so I broke some of my own rules earlier this week on Twitter because someone really made me mad. And that's one of those things that sometimes it's do as I say, not do as I do, right? So I was on Capitol Hill, and Kristi Noem, who's a really outstanding young person in Congress, representing South Dakota, farm family, and she gave a really great talk to farm broadcasters on Capitol Hill Wednesday morning. I was really impressed with her. And I just, tweeted in a very nonpartisan, non-political fashion that if, the Republicans want to deal with some of their issues targeting changing demographics in this country, Kristi Noem is probably a pretty good candidate to advance in leadership roles, because she was very relatable, very credible, someone that young moms, I think, could identify with, and so on. And I had a faceless Twitter account. Somebody had 10 to 15,000 followers, but wasn't a real named person. It was 1,000 girlfriends or something like that was the name of the Twitter handle. Just laid into me about all of the problems with this politician. And it upset me because I wasn't making a political statement that I agree or disagree with her policies, or that these are my politics or not. I said, here's a really relatable young person in Congress that I think is pretty impressive on the stump. And so it engaged this really long discussion, and what it all centered around was that they were pissed off that Kristi Noem's farm got some subsidy or the other in the last couple of farm bills. Thank you, Environmental Working Group, for putting that all on the internet, right? So that's what it all came down to. The Farm Bill cut $8 million in food stamps, but Kristi Noem got $500,000 in subsidies. Congress is bad. Well, Congress may be bad, but it's better than everything else, that we've ever tried. Finally, I said to myself, I have to stop. Like, I've said my 2 or 3 facts. This is what the Farm Bill did or didn't do. And then I walked away. And that's really hard. Sometimes you have to say the other person who's slinging mud isn't credible or isn't going to move the needle. And I'm not either. So I'm going to leave, kind of the Ferdinand response, rather than becoming the idiot in the conversation. Some of these bigger issues, I think we have to go beyond Twitter. I think we have to do kind of what Ray and Janice and Emily do, and use Twitter as a way to build relationships and establish credibility on an individual level. So that way when someone has a big, hairy question, hey, Andy, I'm really worked up about GMOs and I don't know anything about it. Can you help me? Because I've had people do that because they know, all right, I'm someone they can come to and ask questions. It's going to be somewhat one by one by one by one. It's all about relationships. It's really hard, and it's not a... We want silver bullets in this society, and I think in this case there are no silver bullets. Thanks for your questions. You were really great questions, and now we're going to get back onto our regularly scheduled program. So, thank you. Our next speaker is Rudy Bozas. Rudy spent the last 20 years cultural efforts among some of the world's leading marketers, including Shell Oil, McDonald's, Nestle. He's led many national and regional brands, including Denny's, which he took from number 10 to number 1 preferred casual dining restaurant among Latinos. He also was instrumental in the repositioning of the McDonald's campaign, We Love to See You Smile, great campaign, and he has successfully launched more than 10 brands to multicultural customers. As president of Pólvora Advertising, an agency recognized for its success reaching multicultural audiences, Rudy oversees the network of 3 offices in LA, Boston, and Miami, and currently works directly with brands like Farmland, Smithfield, Blue Bunny Ice Cream, Papa John's Pizza, and others. Rudy is also chairman of advertising and PR for the Boston Children's Hospital Latino Advisory Council, and recently ran the 2014 Boston Marathon to raise funds on their behalf. So naturally, he's swifter and slimmer than the previous speaker. Please welcome Rudy Bozas.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
You need the mic.
All right. We're going to go to lavalier real quick.
Yep, that's on.
I'll give you a simple topic. The Maginot Line between the French and Germany in 1942 talk amongst yourselves what I put this on real quick. All right, can you hear me okay? Yeah, a little bit better? All right. Well, good morning again. Maybe now you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. And again, thank you, Andy, for a great introduction. Thank you guys for coming and joining today. I'll be talking a little bit more about the multicultural millennial segment, and it's actually some of the very, very comical, but then at the same time very true. And we'll get down to the psyche of them a little bit more and talk a little bit more deeply. I was personally touched because I am from Miami, so I was the guy in the yacht and all these other things, so I can never have a chicken farm, so I have to stick with advertising for the years to come. It's really a brave new world when we talk about the multicultural millennial segment, which is one of the fastest growing segments. It is one of the largest segments of the population, which is 77 million strong. It's continuing to grow daily, and they are of a different mindset. When we get into the math of that, and if you start thinking about the diversity of that segment as well, it gets even greater, right? 20% of the subsegment is Hispanic. 15% is African American, 5% Asian. That's basically what most people perceive as the multicultural segment of the population. These are the bigger numbers. That's cumulative 40% of that 77 million. So we're talking about, plus or minus 30 million people, right? The size of Canada, of the entire population of Canada. So it's a fairly robust segment that we're looking at. One of the things I want to point out is the Hispanic population, which is 20% of that, which technically, or 20% of the full segment, right? So it's technically, of the multiculturals, is half of them, really 50% of those multiculturals. So they have a strong influence on anything and everything that you're going to be seeing. Everything from music to tastes, so forth. So they are the most racially and ethnically diverse segment of all. And not only are they diverse, but they are also the most accepting and appreciative of other cultures. They have been raised within the segment and the idiosyncrasies. They were raised, they're the first generation to have a black president. They were one of the first generations to really enjoy Mexican food. Who doesn't enjoy a good Cinco de Mayo celebration, right? Great Chinese New Year. All those things have influenced the way that they were raised. So with that, the mindset is different. They're not traditionalist per se. In comparison with the baby boomers, they're much more accepting, right? So we have to think of that. So now let's also think about not only who they are, but where are they? How can we reach them, right? All parts of our marketing segmentations. Well, to no surprise, knowing that half of them are Hispanic, you're going to see the markets that are primarily Hispanic, right? So you're going to see heavily on the west, southwest, all throughout Texas. And even more so, you're also going to see, because of where their parents moved initially for work purposes and so forth, you're going to see a movement to the urban areas. Within this, the markets that are over-indexing, or that have a heavier population than normal within this millennial segment, we're looking at Austin, San Diego, Salt Lake City, LA, Denver, and so forth. Not much of a surprise there. I think one of the things important, I have to ask this question. How many of you guys have a millennial living with you right now? Okay, I want you to know they're not leaving. I really want you to know that they're there for a while. They're going to be home for a while, so get ready. They won't leave. Nearly 30. Pardon me? Yeah, they go and come back, right? They go and come back. They make it. No, we don't like it. Mom does better cooking at home, so I think I'm going to move back in. We know that. Interestingly enough, 31% of all millennials, right? They parents. Hispanic millennials are even higher, 45%, nearly 50%. 1 in every 2 are still living with their parents. So think about that household for a second. It's multi-generational. Kids, the moms, and the grandparents all living together in one household. So how do you make sure that you get on that grocery cart? That's going to be very important. And to my point earlier, 2/3 have been asked, and they said, we're not moving out anytime soon until I'm ready. We'll see when that is. Next, here's where, again, Hispanic influences play a very strong role. Not to say that all cultures don't appreciate their family, but as you guys probably well know and have heard, Hispanics are all about the family. So being a good parent is the ultimate, most important thing to them. This is based on asking of, what are the most things that are important in your life? Family was number 1 at 63%. And that it is their responsibility to take care of their parents. So the good thing is that while they may not be leaving, they may be taking care of us a little later on, so we're good. So with this, also, let's talk a little bit about what they think about their health and how this is going to influence their shopping behaviors, right? So if anything, millennials care about programs that help them manage their well-being and their healthier choices. And whether they're not sure what side of the ACA you are on the Affordable Care Act, they are very pro-health care. They are concerned about what they're putting in their body, as we saw in Andy's video earlier, really concerned about where that chicken came from and if it had a good psychological background. So with that, let's talk a little bit about how they shop, how they think when they shop. They're very savvy. These are shoppers that are always looking for a very good deal. Why? Well, for the very same reason they're still living at home. These guys grew up and graduated at the peak point of economic depression, right? So most of them are economically challenged. My daughter has a boyfriend who has not had a job for nearly a year now. I titter and wonder myself on whether it's really that he doesn't want a job or does he cannot find a job, but that's a different conversation for a couple of drinks. But one thing that they're not willing to do is sacrifice on quality. And we'll see that, and we did an extensive study over the course of this past summer where we visited numerous of households throughout the United States that sit down in the kitchens and got down and rolled up our sleeves and watched them cook and everything. And freshness is the utmost important word that came out of their mouth every time, without fail. So quality is ultimately important. At the same time, they want the latest thing, and they're willing to do impulse purchases. So if you think about that for a second, is they want high quality, they're willing to spend money on a dime if they find the right quality and is the latest thing. So when we talk about gluten, and again, Andy pointed out very clearly, yeah, there are going to be new trends and new words coming out later on. It is important to note that we have to stick with the trends. We got to know what is the thing that's important to them, because those are the things that matter. We, to a certain degree, Stony Farm did this exact same thing. They came out, they were very adamant about how they process their products, and eventually people started catching on and they fell into this plan. But they saw that, and it's important that we understand what those trends are and that we see into the future a little bit. So where do they shop? Well, again, If you're going to go for high quality and you're okay with spending a little bit more money to get that quality, well, you may not necessarily go to the traditional places. So grocery stores, if you'll notice, they're less likely to go to a grocery store than they are to go to most other segments, right? So millennials, if you'll notice, is on the left side, and obviously the other subsegments, 35 plus, are on the right side. They are more of a big box retailer. Those are more of a economical, right? But they are willing to find them. And then there's specialty stores as well. They're very high there, and clubs memberships as well. So interesting, different reasons for going to these different stores. I was going to start by saying, again, that this generation is one that everybody's kind of trying to figure out. In part, we can start by stop calling them so many names and let's figure out one. It was at one point it was Generation Y, another point is Millennials, the do-gooders, the good doers, whatever you want to call them. But they are a generation that's been misinterpreted to a certain degree, but we're catching up, I think. Well, they're skeptical. They're skeptical for a lot of reasons. They did grow up in as I mentioned earlier, in a point of time where there weren't jobs for them. So they feel like, many of them did feel that they got burned. So, they went to school, they invested their money, they came out, and there was nothing there for them. So that skepticism translated into them saying that they're willing to buy a brand because they support a cause. This really stood out for them because capitalism is not something that's important to them. It's not at the heart of them. Now, they're all about making money, but only if they don't have to work too hard at it, right? So they want to become the next Facebook. They want to become that next Etsy. But, if it falls on their lap, it'd be nice. So what do? They stand for causes. They stand strong for it. So the way that they see companies is very different from how we see companies in general. They see companies, because of that skepticism, that those companies need to be giving back. They have to do something more than just take it in, right? So they're willing to look at those brands. 47% say that they're buying a brand every month because of that. And with those brands, we see some of their success. Tom's, Ben & Jerry's, the Ben & Jerry's Foundation, the Panera Cares, all those are brands that have reached out to this segment and said, hey, we're giving back. We're doing it our way. Some are going to the extent now that it's not about what the company gives back to one company. The company's opening it up and said, we'll give to whoever you want us to give back to. So that even makes it a little bit greater, because now that creates a relationship, because it's about you and who you want that money to go to. The most important part of that is that they're willing to spend more. So when they're sitting in front of that freezer case or in front of the aisle and they're looking at, what am I going to purchase, they're willing to spend another $1 on a brand just because they know that that brand is doing right by giving back to their community. Even more so if that is giving back because of they're doing right with the environment. The Honest Company, which Jessica Alba is a big proponent of, and as my understanding, she wasn't really the founder, just a little anecdote. She was, I think, passed a little briefcase with about $6 million. But I'm just saying, you didn't hear it from me. Nonetheless, the Honest Company, it is all about that, right? And they've been very successful in doing so. And so we can see some of those case studies right there. So then, if this is where they're going, how do we connect? And we talked a little bit earlier with Andy, and I'm sure Jeff from, who we work with actually on some businesses, talked a little bit about how do we connect with this consumer. Obviously, and you guys will know, these are the most connected consumer of all. They grew up with PlayStation, all, laptops, iPads, iPhones, things that you had and I didn't have. Do you guys remember carrying that big case with a big giant telephone? And that was the cellular phone? Okay, so maybe I'm older than you guys. All right, because I remember. Anyway, so when we look at that, Hispanic millennials are 66% more likely to have connectivity, even more so than just all millennials, right? So when we look at that subsegment, that 50% that we talked about of the multiculturals, Hispanics are much more likely to have a mobile device in hand and be shopping with that, okay? And they're twice as likely to own a tablet. So they're always connected. So if they're connected, what are they connecting to? Well, of the top 20 applications that are on your phone, the apps that are on your phone or on your iPad, most of them, or all of them, are either retail focused or discount focused. Okay? So, and you'll see even Target, which is right in the middle of that, and the blue one, it only has about 2 million unique audience followers, okay, or downloads. But the rest are really about discounting, they're about shopping. So these guys are really into getting in their mobile device and doing the research and doing the discounting and doing the shopping. And the social media plays a huge role. Years back, we used to say, well, if you don't have a website, right, then you don't exist. Well, today, with this segment, you don't have a Facebook page, you don't exist to them, right? Website, it's a standard. It's almost like having, 4 walls around you. It's important. You have to have it. You have to communicate. But Facebook is something that's ultimately important. They live and breathe by it. They believe what's in it. And he talked a little bit earlier about, how people just post stuff in there, and people just take that in as gospel. And the reality is we have to be very transparent, very clear about what we communicate, and then also be very engaging. Because they are collecting a lot of news data, a lot of information that their friends, and taking that through social media. The good part is that once they become involved with you as a company, as a product developer, they're willing to talk about your product. So they were going to become your next big brand ambassador. This is kind of like having a PR department. All you got to have is somebody on Facebook. Millennials are more likely to favor brands that are on Facebook pages. So right there alone gives you a leg up. They're avid users of technology. There's no surprise. When interacting with companies via social media, they like to have a personal and direct relationship. They really believe that once they connect with you they like you on Facebook, that now they have an open line of communication. I actually have a friend that had some trouble with her electric company. They accidentally cut off his electricity. He called customer service. Customer service told him, hey, there's really nothing I can do. It's going to take 24 hours. He posted on Facebook what the customer service representative said. Light went back up in 2 hours. Go figure, right? Now let's get down to what do they eat? What do they like? They're all about the experience. Again, these guys grew up, as you guys may know, being rewarded for participating in soccer games and not winning the Little League, but they still got a trophy. So everything's about the experience for them. We go do something, we're going to enjoy it. So they do. They look for, especially with the dining experience, and this is really cultural. Again, Hispanics have a strong skew here, or influence within this segment, where you're looking at them wanting to experience new places. They're looking for flavors. every day there's new cultural influence of flavors. Right now there's movement going on in the frozen entrees, right? If you look at all these healthier for you foods trying to take back the frozen aisle, and they're doing it with some very unique flavors, whether it's Mexican foods or very different ethnicities. And they're always looking for the great atmosphere. They're all about the enjoyment. 14% of millennials are first generation, 12% are second generation. So they're not that far removed from their roots, right? They're not far removed at all, which means that they have direct access to the recipes. Their influence, again, if you're in one of those multi-generational households, you got grandmother cooking who's got, several years of, bringing recipes and so forth from their homeland. So we have to understand what are those recipes. There are some ingredients in there that we normally wouldn't necessarily look to, but they do. So they're they're looking at chipotles and all these other different ingredients that influence their taste. Grandmothers and mothers within these households are ultimately important. Well, they are the primary shoppers, and there's a whole conversation on how those moms have kind of really taken a big role. They are now the CEO of the household. So they're the ones making the final decision of what gets inside that cart, right? So millennials become more of an influencer of what gets in the cart. They're not necessarily the shopper as much. Mom ends up being the gatekeeper. But again, food is it's not just about nourishment for them. It's about the experience. So when you talk to them about food, it can't be just, this is good for you, but this is what it will do for you emotionally, right? So, and we talked about, again, the video is very funny. I think the opportunity of presenting our products in a light that is not only right for you nutritionally, but also right for you for the things that you believe in are those things that are important there. Entertaining. It's about personal storytelling. We'll talk in a second about taste tracing. How do we get that story conveyed about your products? What's all behind it? They want to know about that. They're living at home with mom. They kind of fantasize a little bit about what's going on back at the farm. Publish pictures of what they eat. Who hasn't taken a picture of their plate? Anyone? I know I do it all the time. Actually, one of our digital directors, I created an entire Twitter account on Miami flavors, and he's got, I think, every restaurant by now in Miami. They follow food celebrities on Twitter. They're all about that experience. At the same time, they're the most informed customers that you'll ever have, at least for the moment. They shop with their phone in hand. If they don't know something, they're looking it up. At the same time, Jimmy Kimmel proved to us that they're very trendy, so to speak, but they forget a little bit about the detail, maybe a little too much information for them. But ingredient tracing is important. We did some focus groups recently, again, trying to get a better understanding of how they felt about transparent and revealing the ingredients and the taste tracing, and they're all about it. We sat down, and the moment we put the product in front of them, they were grabbing and flipping it over and reading the nutritional values, and everybody had an opinion about gluten. Everybody had an opinion about how much sugar the product should have. Some were quoting numbers, which to me was surprising because some of them knew exactly how much sugar there should be in that product. Now, point being that we have to help them because, yeah, unfortunately, they're not as well informed as they think they are. So we have to help them a little bit understand what is really better for them. Transparency is important. And transparency within that is really letting them, see what's behind the door. You know, they hear all these horror stories. Yes, unfortunately, Facebook posts all these horrible videos and these horrible things, and we know that that's an exception within the rule. But unfortunately, it's what gets passed along because it's the sensationalism of social media. So what we have to do is have to put a lid on that and really push forward more the reality of what's going on. And this is a brave new world. But in the words of Aldous Huxley, you know, we have to bring that data forward. Facts do not cease to exist just because they are ignored. So take these facts, take what we know, and use it. Know that they are the fastest growing segment of the population. They're not going away. We got to figure out how to feed them. At the same time, they are the most unique group because they are so diverse, right? So we have to get into the cultural segmentation and understand the cultural differences. There's a big difference between providing ingredients or products for Asians than there is for Hispanics. At the same time, they're consumers with a conscience. They want to know that you're not just putting money in your pocket, that you are giving back, that you are doing something else for the environment, that you're doing something else for someone else other than yourself. So they're willing to spend more in you if you're willing to spend more in us. They want authentic relationships. They want to know if you tweet, hey, you turned off my light, I need it back on, I got a baby at home, that you're going to be able to get on that social media and go, we're on it, right? At the same time, they don't want to work too hard for it. You know, make it easy for me. They're all about convenience, right? So if packaging, think about your packaging, think about making that simple for them. Okay? They grew up with a microwave, they did not grow up with a stovetop, right? So make that easy for them. And remember, technology is at their fingertips every step of the day. They never leave their phone. Matter of fact, my daughter's starting to grow an eyeball right here because she walks around like this all day. So now she doesn't run into signs anymore. Thank you. Any questions? Just one of you.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation and a little more optimistic view than I've had. You left me with a more optimistic view than I've had here in the last 24 hours. What you mentioned as far as a social media platform is Facebook. And then you make some points in here about they've got a conscience, they expect people to act right towards them. And so I've got a convoluted question here. Allow me to work it out.
Sure.
So first off, you know, there's a lot of things about Facebook that seem to be a little bit disturbing when it comes to privacy issues, the use of data. You only mentioned the one platform. Are you seeing things as far as them migrating to or finding other venues for their online activity? If so, where or how fast? Can you kind of give us some sense of how you see this evolving? Thank you.
Certainly. Glad to do so. There are obviously a numerous of platforms out there within social media, and you saw the slide, right? All those bugs on there. There was at least 30 plus different bugs. Obviously, right now, the ones that are most pervasive are Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, LinkedIn, and so forth. So when you look at numerically which ones are the ones that will give you the broader reach, largest audience, automatically Facebook, Twitter, and Pinterest are your top. Each of them behave very differently. You know, Twitter is more about your headline, right? So if you got to convey a headline, a young lady mentioned earlier here, there's only 140 characters, you know, how much can I convey? Well, yeah, you can do it 3 times in that one day and then you can convey more, but the idea of Twitter in itself is really about headlines. The idea of Facebook now is becoming more about telling stories. The idea of Instagram is more about showing pictures. So within that parameter, it's the sum of the parts that you're going to put together within your marketing strategy that are going to help you convey the story. One, there is no silver bullet here. This is really a holistic approach on how we're going to, you know, better reach this consumer. Some of them are more Facebook users, some of them are more Twitter users. So depending on who you're wanting to use, you know, reach better, you're going to skew that a little bit one way or the other. But think about what is that you're trying to accomplish first before you start focusing on any one area. And do know that, and you guys well know that if you've been doing it, which is it requires, you know, time. It requires a little bit of a resourcing of dedicating someone to pull the image, to write something concrete, that it makes sense, that it's directed to the consumer, that's going to make the move. So there is a little bit of groundwork that has to be done before going into that. I think social media as a whole is evolving. So today is Facebook. How many of you guys may remember MySpace? Yeah, exactly. Well, that wasn't that far ago. We're talking 5 years back. So fast, and I saw a statistic graphic the other day, which I thought was phenomenal, which talked about the different vehicles and how long it took before that vehicle reached their audience. So television, it took television to reach a 50% reach. It took 20 years for radio. It takes social media to reach 50% in 3 years. So think about that progression of moving so fast that, yeah, today it's Facebook, but just let Zuckerberg trip over himself one day, and tomorrow there'll be something else that replaces him. So right now, Facebook seems to have pace with their customer. They seem to understand the millennial. They seem to be doing the right changes, you know, adding video to the feeds, allowing, you know, marketers to be able to put ads on those feeds and so forth. So they're trying to figure out. So Facebook is a very strong platform, and when you, again, look at the incidents, it'll be important for us to you know, segment which area we want to do. Does that help answer?
One more question.
I think I can talk pretty loud. So you mentioned how 28% are first generation. I think by people, specifically in the digital space and in social media. Is there expectation that you teach them in the language that makes their parents speak, or that they're fully accepting of English as their second language or for their primary? What's your thought?
Right. Great question. First generation 18 to 34 tend to be very bilingual, which if you're wanting to just communicate, you can use English and you can communicate with them. Now, if you're wanting to reach them, meaning emotionally, get, you know, a little bit, you're going to talk to them in their language, because that's what they're more comfortable with, especially first generation. Second generation is a little bit more diluted, much more likely to even have English dominance, at which point then you can elevate, you know, the English conversation. But with segments that are first generation, you know, you may want to go into Spanish, you may want to go into Mandarin, you may want to go, you know, into Korean, depending on the segment, and then you'll know that by doing it in language, it'll be a much more emotional connection than it is if you were to do it in English. Now, I will say they are very receptive anytime you use in their language, because they're much more understanding that you as a company, you're really making the effort to talk to them. Now, If you do it, I recommend do it right. Just don't use the lunch lady to translate your Spanish stuff for you. She's not necessarily the copywriter.
Give Rudy a round of applause.
Thank you.
So, boy, what a morning we've had already. We've kind of covered the waterfront here, and I was really excited to see Rudy on this panel. We talked, a couple of us in the hallways yesterday, that we were being a little North American-centric, a little U.S.-centric in our conversations, when really we're in a global industry these days. So I was really excited to get the perspective of someone who's dealing in a lot of different cultural arenas. Rudy does a great job. So some announcements, some housekeeping items. Alliance staff will be finding the winners of last night's silent auction, as Emily read off your names earlier. If you haven't already made your way out to registration to settle up, please do that. That would be a good time. Really successful silent auction, and congratulations to all the winners. Also, the staff will be handing out clickers for our next session a little bit later on this morning on the interactive crisis management simulation. So trying to resist the urge to play with the clickers before we give you your gadget people like me. You just start tinkering around with it. God only knows what will happen during the simulation if you screw up the clickers. So don't do that. We're going to have a brief break. We need to be back. Everybody look at your device now. You need to be back in your seats, ready to go at 9:45. 9:45, ready to go, okay? Have a good break.
No, das ist zu schnell. Yeah, go ahead. Did you copy that, Salon?
Sweet spot. Yeah.
All right, friends, if we will, please find your way back to your seats. I heard the chimes, so that means it's time to come back to order. While you're finding your seats, the standees are going to the crisis panel later this morning. I started to say this afternoon. I realized this afternoon we're all going to be on our way back home or to happy hour. Probably a bad idea. So those of you who are milling around in the back, Ray Proc, go ahead and find your way to your seats. Yeah, I saw his tweet. Shout out to John, watching on the live stream. Anyone else who's watching on the live stream, hit me up at Andy Vance on Twitter. All right, so when Chuck Zimmerman's done with his last interview, which you can watch in its entirety at agwired.com, he will find his seats, and then we will get this session started. Just a quick show of hands. How many of us in the room have been tweeting or following the Twitter stream during the morning session so far? Just by a quick show of hands, how many of us didn't hear the last question because we were still concluding our conversations? That was subtle, wasn't it? Good, awesome. Great, now that you've kind of filtered back in, I suppose this is the time where a good moderator tells some joke, and I realized I didn't have any really good ones that were worth sharing, so thanks for letting me just stretch subtly while we get ready to introduce the next speaker. I'm really excited about this next speaker. Actually, I think we're going to get a very good and a very different perspective on a really important topic. Dr. Szymanski is Deputy Division Chief within the Agriculture, Biotechnology, and Textile Trade Policy Division at the U.S. Department of State's Bureau of Economic and Business Affairs. The Bureau essentially integrates U.S. economic interests with our foreign policy goals in cooperation with U.S. companies, government agencies, other organizations. Marcella develops the U.S. trade policy related to agriculture technologies, such as genetic engineering, synthetic biology, nanotechnology, all to address food security and economic development while decreasing regulatory barriers to U.S. exports. Really important, really important. Prior to this position, she served in the prestigious American Association for the Advancement of Science Fellowship Program, where she spearheaded the formation of 16 scientific bilateral working groups and more than 30 bilateral science projects with Pakistan through the U.S. Department of State. Her background in agriculture is as a bench scientist and in the field working with rural farmers in Kentucky through the Cooperative State Research Extension and Education Extension Service and abroad as a Peace Corps volunteer in Kenya. Dr. Szymanski received her PhD in forest economics from Iowa State University in 1997. I know we got a couple cyclones out there in the audience. You know, whoop, whoop, or what? Yep, I knew there. I knew if I opened the door, you'd walk right through it, Nicole. Thank you. And an MS in forest genetics from Oklahoma State University in 1987. And I was going to feign like a Boomer Sooner thing in there just to dig, but I won't do it. So I get the difference. That was a joke. Yeah, good. Okay. Please welcome Dr. Marcella Szymanski.
So can agriculture save the planet before it destroys it? Where will you be in 2 years? I know where I'll be, I think. I'll be about 40 years older, around 90. I'll be sitting in a restaurant to the waitress. Is that chicken free range? Is it local? How local is it? And what's its name? And my grandson, hopefully, one day will be looking and say, Dad, that is so old school. So I don't know where we're going in terms of what's the next trend. But I do know that now is the time to get it right in agriculture. And now matters more than any other time. And we have a unique opportunity to connect with millennials on things that they care about. Climate, the environment. Vance? Peak oil. Anyone? That concept where we've gotten about all we can out of oil and now we're on the slope of diminishing returns. Well, I don't know if we're at peak oil, but I do know we're at peak child. Peak child is a concept based on data by a statistician named Dr. Rosling. Now, what Dr. Rosling has found is that, and hold on now, there will never be more children in the world than there are now. Let me say that again. There will never be more children in the world than now. How can that be? Because we know we're having a rising population. How does this fit together and how does it? Dr. Rosling explains that over time, you know, the population has been pretty steady. And then when he looked in the data and he saw that big rise, he started to look at what was going on there. Think back in the time when it's 1000 BC. How many children may live to adulthood? Think back to the 1600s. How many children may live? You have 8 kids, maybe 4 live. That's painful. That's too much. I want to ensure that my kids live on. Come back to the turn of the century, maybe 1 child dies. That's still too much. So people were not going to have less children. But what he discovered is that slowly now, as all around the world, people have increase their economic prosperity. They increase their ability for their children to survive through better maternal health and other ways, better diet. Around children, 2.2 kids on average. 2.2 kids. In Bangladesh, they're having 2.2 kids. In countries in Africa, 2.2 kids on average. And this is very dramatic when you think about where we're going in terms of population growth. So that line across is the 2.2 kids. We're at 7 billion now, and we're going to go to by 2050. After Rosling explains this is, you have that base of children, but they're going to get older. These millennials are going to grow older, and so all the increase in population today is not due to having bigger families, but because people are able to live longer. And it's interesting. If you think about it, people make good choices, right? People are smart. I think that's what Andy said earlier, and it's true. We're going to make it in our best interest. If I know my children are going to live, I'm going to have less children because I can do better for them. So all of this relates to agriculture because right now, for those of us that are in agriculture, we know that these productivity gains have allowed us to produce more with less, be able to have better impact on the environment. But all of this right now has to feed that growing swell of population as it goes older. After 2050, it won't matter, because if we don't make the difference now with the environment, after 2050, it'll be too late. In other words, now is the time to change the planet to what we want it to be with agriculture. Why does the State Department even care about agriculture? Why do we have a group of people that deal with agriculture? Because we know now it's not only an economic security, it's a food security. Who remembers 2008 food price crisis? You know, when milk, when it jumped up, it was extremely dramatic. That led to riots around the world. So we know it's also a security issue. Let me give you just a broad perspective of how we view agriculture around the world. We see that it's 40% of the land base, the size of South America and Africa together. It uses 70% of the fresh water used. Here's over time the Aral Sea shrinking. So it has a huge impact on the environment. It uses 30%, it produces 30% of the greenhouse gases. So it has a role to play in climate change, right? This is pretty sizable. This is bigger than the energy sector. This is agriculture talking about forestry and ag combined. Bigger than the energy sector, which has been estimated around 25%. Now that energy sector will expand, but right now agriculture is bigger. It talked about population growth. So as those millennials grow older and as that population swells to its peak in about 2050, we're going to need a lot more food. And to get your head around that number of 9 billion, that's about adding the size of the population in Germany every year. So it's a huge, huge difference. And yet we all need to eat, and yet almost 1 billion don't have enough food today. 1 billion don't have enough food today. It's a hard number to wrap your head around. We talked about millennials caring about causes. There's a disconnect here with food. If you look at the causes of people dying versus hunger to others, that orange area, that's hunger and malnutrition of 9 million deaths per year compared to some other things. So it's making that connection of agriculture to the larger global picture, to the larger causes that are important. To reach 2050, the FAO estimates we will need 60% more food. We need to do it during less land, less water, less fertilizer, fewer pesticides. We need technology. Those in agriculture know what technology has done. I think about the generation I come from and the space age. You know, how many of you remember Tang and the squeezing of the tube and you can get this food item out and gee whiz, isn't that cool? We'll travel now to a generation, they weren't part of that space age. And they have a mistrust of science. They hear high-fat diet is bad. Now maybe it's not the high-fat diet. The scientist chose, very selective of the data. High sugar is bad. So they hear all this and they think, who am I to trust? So they have a disconnect and don't look at science in the same way, I think, as past generations. They don't understand that the scientific process is constantly moving toward convergence and hearing all those voices. Because they're hearing all the voices in the media. How do you discern? But we have a good story to tell in agriculture. In the past, between 1980 and 2011, in the time of the Millennials, we've been able to use technology. That's genetic engineering. That's advanced breeding. That's things like precision farming to use almost half as much land, more than half the amount of erosion, half the water, less energy, and less greenhouse gases. These are things that millennials care about, but might not connect with agriculture and the technology needed. Right? When they hear a particular, right now, if you talk about genetic engineering, well, they don't call it that, they call it GMOs. And automatically, it's a different conversation. They don't make the connection to things they care about. And that's part of that disconnect. When we look at genetically engineered crops around the world, the adoption has been 100-fold. More developing countries than developed, and it's mostly resource-poor farmers. That's not what you hear if you were, for example, just to Google GMO or listen to the debate. You don't hear about the widespread adoption globally. That red line is the adoption in developing countries. And you'll notice in here, in Africa, there's not as many green countries that have adopted, as well as in Europe. There's a connection there. Europe was a former colonial power in many of those countries. There's a connection, and there's messaging that's being shared, that's reverberating around the world. Here's a really good example of social media, the internet, and this global issue in agriculture. There was a study out by a gentleman named Salon. Has anyone heard of that study on genetically engineering? That it caused, somebody in the back, that causes tumor in rats. Well, when he put the study out, he said, I'll give you this story to news outlets, but you can't talk to anyone else. So, and for 2 weeks. So it went out around the world, and when people started looking at the study, scientists started saying, you know, you only use rats that get cancer. Almost all the rats got cancer. There's something wrong with this study. And so it was rejected by the European Food Safety Authority, by France, but not before Kenya saw it and was using this technology to advance forward in things like drought-resistant corn, stopped altogether and put a ban on it. This isn't science, but this is perception. And earlier somebody talked about the importance of perception. In countries like Bangladesh, some countries are moving forward. In countries like Bangladesh, BT eggplant, it's a genetically engineered eggplant with the same thing as we use in BT cotton, which is Bacillus thuringiensis. It allows you to not to have to spray pesticides. This is an important crop where it's 25% of the vegetable area, 50% of the hectares, and has a significant yield loss. It has a lot of pesticide sprays. So this is another good news story in agriculture because they're going to get yield gains because it has less loss due to pest pressure. India, right next door, has been languishing for years. Why? Part of it is the messaging that's being given through a lot of through the internet, through social media, through different lines of communication, not based on fact, but perception drives policy. And policy then affects what's available, not just abroad, but here in the US. Some of our technologies we have to hold back because we know we're exporting to a particular country, and we don't want to have a export problem where billions of dollars are going to be out of ports, sitting in a port, billions of dollars of product. So we're interconnected, and perception is driving agriculture in ways never before. Here's another example from the animal world of GE goats. These goats are genetically engineered to have increased lysozyme. This is also going on in Argentina, and this is to help with diarrheal diseases. It's the same ingredient, lysozyme, that's in human breast milk that conveys that diarrheal property to babies. So there's a vast amount of work that's going on, but that story isn't out there. We have competing world views that are driving the conversation and allowing technology to either flourish or hold back. I want to talk about why that might be a little bit. When I used to work in Oklahoma and Kentucky, we knew that that the children of farmers were moving to urban areas, that there was this migration. When I got to the State Department, I began to see this is a global trend. This just isn't in the US. Here's in the 1950s a picture of the world, and the areas, the dark pink being the area that's the most urban. And watch it change over time as that area grows to where we are today. We have increasingly urban populations to where we might be in the future. So this has an effect because you have that disconnect. Yet I hear very clearly in the voices of the people we work with around the world and here in the US a desire to connect. The idea millennials are foodies, and yet they might not have been raised on the farm. There's part of that disconnect. So all of this drives different choices on a personal level and then also on a country level. Go back to 1960, the beginning of the Green Revolution. All of the countries are more or less the same in terms of ag production. This is, on one side, you'll have the bottom is the time, and the other axis is net ag production. Watch it, how it changes. You have, as people have adopted different technologies, you'll have, because they have to, because they're dealing with this population swell, China being able to increase productivity, India, Brazil. This is an interesting story of choices by government. In the EU, they're growing by 4%. The US, in terms of ag production, the US is growing by 20%, and Brazil by 40%. Brazil is a huge adopter of technology, genetic engineering, and other types of technology in ag. They're very focused on that, and look where they'll be in 2019. So innovation matters, but public perception can drive this, right? Public perception is reality. We have different voices all around the world, right? And this matters. We're having two conversations. We're having the science conversation on one side, and then we're having a value conversation, and the two are not intersecting. Let's look at the old school risk. Old school risk is we have a hazard times exposure equals risk. But now we have all kinds of disruptive technologies. When I say a disruptive technology, I don't mean like the automobile. The automobile in itself wasn't a disruptive technology that made a change. What made it disruptive is when it could be mass-produced. So the internet is not so much the disruptive technology, it's all the connections that have now exploded. They've allowed countries to do revolutions, and they've allowed people who want to connect, I think, with food and agriculture to connect in their own way. So now we have a new school of risk. We have hazard times media exposure equals the perception of risk. Perception of risk is reality. So now we have it's the tweetification of risk is our new reality. I talked about the disconnect and the longing to connect to agriculture. If you look at this package, it's a beautiful picture of a farm on the cover. But by the way, this is dog food. And we have health scares versus scary but healthy. You know, health scares, salmonella and chicken or in some other products, real health scares versus, you know, something like genetic engineering, GMOs. Is it safe? So how we communicate is important. The World Health Organization has this elaborate theory of communication. Policy should communicate to the public, should communicate with risk communication, with regulators, but in reality, it's the media who's driving risk perception, and it's instant. So we have to think to not only what to communicate, but when to communicate. When the risk is high, it may garner low media attention. At the same time, when the risk is very low, it may garner high media attention. So there's a disconnect on that. Thinking what to communicate is really important, and I think that's been said over and over again. There's certain language that turns people off, and as a scientist, this kind of breaks my heart, and it took me a while to wrap my head around it. But things like amount is minuscule, research shows it's safe, let us feed the world, keep prices low. If you say something is cheap in Europe, it denotes poor quality. Better for the environment. These are all things that studies have shown turn people off. There was a nice study, did anybody see that, in 2012 from the Ranchers Alliance? And it talked about messaging. And they did a focus group. They were looking at who was driving the conversation on the internet. And they found out a lot of this information. One of the things that we've learned is if you lead with the science, you may lose with the science. Because there is this disconnect with the audience now on the science. But, you know, we know that food doesn't have to be scary, and that what's in a name is important. Has anyone eaten Chinese gooseberries in the audience? Anyone? Is anybody a fan? You know what are Chinese gooseberries? Kiwi. They are kiwi fruit. What's in a name? Kiwi fruit sounds so much more delicious. And by the way, this product, of course, if it was genetically engineered, would never be, because some people it has potential allergens in it. But again, perception is important. What about pink slime? What is pink slime? Lean, finely textured beef. You remember when this hit the press all around the US, and people were like horrified. What is pink slime? It had a huge yuck factor just by the name. But we have to think, what does pink slime have in common with Belgium? 400 million. 400 million is the amount of waste that would be produced if leanly, finely textured beef was disposed of. About the same amount of food waste in Belgium. So are we talking food waste? That has value. People have values. They want to be sustainable. But pink slime? So there's a lot in a name. What do all of these have in common? Anyone? Well, they have everything, almost everything, because they all come from the mustard family. But if we were to tell people that, that's not important to them. What's important to them is it healthy? Is it safe? Is it high quality? In ag, we have so many disconnects, I think, with our audience because of this move to the urban environment. If we ask people about the seedless watermelon, they would be very surprised. How do you get a seedless watermelon? You treat it with colchicine. And you mutate it and double its chromosomes. And that's how you get a seedless watermelon. But that's not regulated and no one cares. But if it's a GMO, they care. And it's regulated. It's odd. Perception, risk. Risk in context. What do we care about? We're worried about terrorist attacks. We're worried about plane crashes. I get in a plane, I worry about a plane crash. But I really ought to be thinking about heart disease, where the risk is greater. So the difference between risk and perception is the difference between taking action and reaction. And I think in agriculture around the world, not just in the US, we see reaction. Pink slime, reaction. This is a study done in the UK, and if you ask people, if you say, if you were to have, let me say, eat meat from a cloned animal, how would you feel? They'll say one thing. Or if you were, how do you feel about genetically engineered food or GMOs? They'll say one thing. But if you ask them, you know, what do you care most about? That won't be the top of their chart. They'll say things like, is the food safe? Or many other things. But the perception is different. So how you ask the question matters. In this study, when they looked at UK deaths related to diet, the #1 thing was cancer and heart disease. But it's almost overwhelming to think about those. Maybe that's why in our risk perception framework, we don't. Science as a storyteller, we could replace this with producer as a storyteller, policymaker as a storyteller. Because that's when you connect. Those in the media know this well. They know how to connect to the audience. They know how to personalize a story, to acknowledge, to connect, and to build trust. I'll tell you a couple of stories about building trust. I was at an event where it was a dinner, and I was sitting next to two people who I knew from the groups they were with were very opposed to genetic engineering. And I thought, well, this is going to be a long night, and I want to have a good conversation, but where do we even begin? And sitting across from us was a scientist who was dealing with new breeding technologies. things like gene knockouts, which, by the way, is some work being done so that you can have cattle that don't have to be dehorned. So we're sitting there and we're having this polite conversation, but in the back of my mind is, you know, this is a little awkward. And the guy right in front of us, who's the scientist, says he orders something, and it gets us talking about food. And he said, yeah, I've been thinking about my diet, and I'm doing this, and I'm doing that. And we began to have this conversation about food, what matters, and we began talking about values. And all of a sudden, I realized that we were having the conversation that we needed to have. Because we started talking about genetic engineering and other things, but in a way that doesn't usually happen. We were building trust through another way and having that genuine conversation. Another example is on the labeling issue. So we have a voluntary labeling with genetic engineering in the US. Other countries have mandatory labeling, and you'll find less products on their shelves because industry in many places has remanufactured the products. Brazil is an interesting case. They have mandatory labeling where you'll have this little triangle on the package. And I was very interested in what happened with the public there. And so I reached out to one of the industry people in Brazil, and I said, when this happened, did the industry reformulate? And he said, no. And I said, did it matter to people? And he said, no. And I said, why is that? He said, because these were US companies and people had trust in the brand. So trust is a really key element. And only then can we talk about the science. So finding ways to connect with this audience that's, I think, in a lot of ways wanting to connect to agriculture, but not having a way to do it. So this concept of peak child, now is the time that matters, it sure does. Because if we get it right and we can connect to these millennials, it can make all the difference. It can make difference for industry. It can make difference for us globally. There's a good news story to tell with agriculture, and we know it, right? We know we have the data to prove it. We need to just be able to connect. This is from the Global Harvest Initiative, and they talk about increasing sustainability through less inputs. We have a lot of good examples in agriculture to be able to show this. And so when we talk about a particular, I think what happens, we talk about a particular technique, people get caught up in that instead of thinking where we're really going with agriculture and where we're trying to go. And so finding a way to connect through sustainability is really important. My parting thought in this hot, interconnected world where social media drives everything. You may not be able to tweet common sense, but you can provide a link. And so we want to be able to connect, and so we have that opportunity. Rudy talked about providing, getting on Facebook. We need ag to have that personalized voice and connect. Thank you very much.
So let's take a few questions from the floor.
As someone involved in production ag, would you say that 30% of the greenhouse gas?
That's from that, and part of that is through ag. So that is everything from animal production to tractor passes that are churning up the soil, to forestry through deforestation. That comes from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. But that's a good news story, by the way. I mean, what my point in that is, we have a large voice in making a difference for climate change.
Right here on the front right. Your right, my left.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. You'd mentioned the disconnect between those who are have these social concerns, but are not sensitized to what's at risk if our world food productivity is stifled. How is the best way to market some of these good news stories in the developing world and explain what is at risk for those in the world who can't afford to be members of the digestive elite?
Well, I think one of the most important things is to get the message to the countries, because there's a whole group of, well, there's various groups that are out there, and they're telling a very different story. That, you know, if you use certain technologies, you're going to become sterile, for example. That's crazy, but that message is out there. So even just talking to governments, talking to farmers, talking to the people in that country has been important. In the State Department, what we've really come to believe is the media is our friend. And so getting media to have a larger understanding of agriculture and being able to do good reporting has been something that we're starting to invest in, as well as the Foreign Agricultural Service. So I would say the media, connecting to the media and getting the story out is probably the most important, and educating the media. Here we have a very educated media on agriculture, but step outside and we know it's not so.
Good time for one more question for Dr. Szymanski. Right here toward the back.
I'd just like to get your opinion. We heard, I think it was maybe Andy this morning during his talk, somebody mentioned the lack of trust in government that we have in this country, and you've just talked about using the media as a friend, quote unquote, to help get the word out. But particularly in millennials, and I think a lot of the people that are outside agriculture, there's a huge distrust for technology, particularly for genetic engineering. So how does your group within the government try to get that positive message out to media to help support agriculture? Agriculture honestly believes that that is the strong future for our industry, regardless of whether you're a crop or you're an animal science, in technology, and particularly with using genetics to help improve our yields. But getting that positive message out where people believe it and trust it and adopt it or embrace it, I think is a real challenge.
It's a huge challenge. It's almost a conversation by conversation. I think of, does anybody know who Mark Linus is? Who's Mark Linus?
Founder of Greenpeace.
He's the founder of Greenpeace, coined the term Frankenfood. Last year, he went 180 degrees and said, I was wrong. I've been wrong all these years. Genetic engineering is one of the most is one of the tools that we have to be sustainable in the environment. And I met him and I said, what changed your mind? You know, talk about trying to reach people. And he said, well, I looked at the science. And I looked at him and thought, but the science has been around a long time. And I said, So what about the science? He said, well, I started hearing from this person who I trusted, and this person, and they finally got me interested enough to read more. So it's almost those personalized connections that have to happen. And that's very daunting because you can only have one conversation at a time. But that's also what I've come to believe. It's those small conversations or those connections through social media that are going to make the difference.
Let's thank Dr. Szymanski for a great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now we're coming up on what I think is a really exciting part of the program. We're going to simulate a real crisis in the industry, and we're going to discuss how to manage it. We've got a panel as they make their way forward who are going to walk us through this. I'll give you their introductions as they come forward. The Alliance staff's already handed out the clickers we talked about, and we want to thank the North Carolina Cooperative Extension Service for generously sponsoring the voting devices for this session. So this will be kind of fun and interactive. Sorry for those of you watching on the live stream that you don't have a virtual clicker to play with. I know at least one of you is very disappointed about that. But play along, and you can pretend that you're clicking in at the appropriate times and just channel your thoughts to us. So, taking part in today's panel as they come forward, Elliot Hoff is Senior Director and founder of APCO's New York office, leads APCO's crisis communication practice in North America. Mr. Hoff manages crisis communication for one of the world's largest food and consumer products companies and has expertise in product recalls, manufacturing and marketing issues, and other areas critical to the reputation of any business. He also has vast experience in the areas critical to the transportation and financial services industries, where he regularly consults on crisis and issues management. He previously served as spokesperson for New Yorkers for Beverage Choices, the coalition opposed to New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg's ban on large-size sugary drinks. Some of you may mention, what? I'm kidding. Oh, you want me to take a break? Is that what you're telling me? You're not. We're not ready for the panel yet. You want me to actually take a break instead of just stretching, filling, telling some interesting story? Way to throw him under the bus. So everybody pretend that Emily didn't just tell us where one of our speakers was at an inopportune time. So how about we do this? Because I'm a merciful moderator, it is now 10:31. Promise me you will be back in your seats at 10:39, and I will be very, very happy. Can you do that? Can you do that? Yes? Yes, great. 10:39, we will start promptly. Refill your water, go get rid of some water, whatever you need to do. I know, and here I was worried about derailing the whole schedule, and then Rudy, bless his heart, got us back on schedule. No good deed goes unpunished. Exactly right. Oh. You're killing me.
Stretch it out.
It was the last.
It's interesting to watch how people kind of come and go in these conferences. Especially because a lot of the attendees here are local.
Right.
So to see the locals come to both days of last year.
We cannot have floating user.
Okay, well, as long as it wasn't my error, because you don't want the moderators. Oh, you got him. Okay.
Are you going to introduce the speakers, or would you like me to do that?
You can, actually.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I was going to introduce them and then have them speak a little bit about
Great.
themselves.
Well, then you do it the way you're going to do it. I'll introduce you.
Oh, okay. Great.
And then we'll.
So I'll
and then I'll
sit
just turn
until
it, I'll just turn it over to you.
That's great.
Yeah, but don't forget, again, don't use live.
All right, my friends, it is time. The appointed minute has arrived. And so we're going to reconvene for our big session of the morning. You know, I think a lot of times we come to these conferences, these conventions, these meetings, these workshops, and we talk in this very theoretical level, right? We talk about ideas, we talk about concepts, we brainstorm, we hopefully expand our horizons a little bit, maybe stretch ourselves beyond our comfort zone. But a lot of times I wonder about practical application. You know, anytime I see a really great speaker, I stop to think, was I really blown away because they were such a great speaker, or was it because of what they were saying? Was it because of how they said it? And so I think this next panel is going to be really exciting because we're going to be talking about some of these issues in a real practical way and actually walk you through the process of managing a public relations crisis, something that you hope you never have to do, but that all of us in this profession should be prepared to do. Because in this day and age, we never know when it might hit us, right? The discussion yesterday we had, somebody said, you know, how are you surprised by these things today? You know, how is it that you get caught off guard? Did you not see this coming? And really, there is no excuse for not seeing it coming these days, right? The old saying, zero tolerance. I think we're in kind of a zero tolerance society for screw ups, and how we manage society's expectations are really important. So this next panel, I think, will help you do that. So Elliot Hoff is Senior Director and founder of APCO's New York office and leads APCO's crisis communication practice in North America. Crisis communication for one of the world's largest food and consumer products companies, and has expertise in product recalls, manufacturing and marketing issues, and other areas critical to the reputation of any successful business. Mr. Hoff also has vast experience in the transportation and financial services industries, where he regularly consults on crisis and issues management. He previously served as the spokesperson for New Yorkers for Beverage Choices, the coalition opposed to then New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg's ban on large sugary drinks, the so-called big gulps. And I would suspect that many of us would love to hear some stories from Elliot in the hallway afterward about how that went, because I know a lot of us were engaged, at least via social media, and complaining about that move to more of the nanny state type scenario. He has appeared on CNN, NPR, Fox News, NYI, and most local New York broadcast news programs, and a regularly quoted feature in the nation's top print publications like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal. Please welcome our moderator and leader for this session, Elliot Hoff.
Thank you, and can everyone hear me? Thank you for coming to the last session, and it's going to be, you know, after sometimes you don't want to think, but we're going to make you think, and we're going to make you really have to pay attention, because you will be participating in this crisis simulation. We want your ideas, and through the devices you have, you're going to really be a part of this. Before we begin, I want to introduce our panelists. I'm just going to sort of say who they are and let them talk a little bit about themselves. This is a great panel, and it's a great panel because it goes across the spectrum of the folks who would be involved in a crisis like this. We have the regulatory attorney, Jody Swaim, who is going to introduce herself in a minute. We have Janie Gabbett from Meeting Place, the journalist. And we have Jack Pate, who is the social media director at Tyson. So these are really all folks who would be intimately involved when your company has a crisis, both on your side and also as the individuals who relay the information. So do you want to give a little bit of background, Jody?
Hi, everyone. Well, there, it's on.